Oh. Oh, it's been far too long, chat. Oh, I'm tired. How are we doing today, chat? But I'm doing good. It's about time they release new content. I've been wanting to go live for a while now. But like, you know, they don't want to release content. They finally did. I think it's about time they have. I should keep playing the music while I boot up Limbus. Anyways, chat. Oh, it's playing twice in my head. I forgot. Well, I didn't forget. I just didn't know that they played twice. Hi. Oh, I'm so tired. I know. Sorry. Hi, Shark_Sama. I'm not used to calling people by their gamer tag. I haven't gone live in so long. I should do this more often. Shut up, bro. Anyways. I can't wait to start this funny Intervallo. I really care about username usage. Don't worry about it. Aw, thank you. I love you. Anyways. I shall lurk. Gotta get out of the bed. Okay. Good luck getting out of bed. Make sure you don't fall on the wrong side of the bed, bro. I love booting up Limbus Company when it takes ages to do so. Bradley, yo, what's up? It's been a hot minute. And by a hot minute, I mean, it's been so long, bro. How you been, bro? How you been? How you doing? How's life? Look at the stream, bro. I'll maybe pop back in. Oh, thank you, bro. Hopefully you come back. Yeah. I'm so tired. Please load up game. I want to play Limbus Company. I gotta get new PngTuber art. Good. Me and the boys we're just talking about you. Aww. How sweet. Aw, I miss you too, bro. Hopefully we could hang out sometime soon, maybe. Alright. Let me turn down the volume of the YouTube. And then switch to Limbus Company. It's time. It's time for Limbus Company. Free lunacy! Free 10 pull chat. Alright, it's time for a free 10 pull. New ID. He's saying just dropped. Bro's a centaur. There's an Umamu's name. It's time. pray that we get the 3-star streamer left. No streamer left. Whatever. It's fine. At least we'll get him today. But for now. It's been a while. I haven't gone live in so long. It feels like ages. Is chat? Hold on. Is chat not visible on stream? Also, I gotta fix this. There you go. Okay. If chat's not visible, then I gotta shut up PC. Chat. There you go. That should be alright. There you go. Event bonus units. We got Joshi Schmail, Sinclair, and Isang. We got literally every other Sinclair. Alright, chat. Let's begin the new Intervallo. Yeah. Time for some reading. The hall was chill with a tense air. Those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jaehyun-chan, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. At the center of it all sat Joshi-chan, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone. Jaehyun-chan seated next to the HIERARCH seat upon which Shi-chun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Also, bro is so pissed. So miffed, bro. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and she nods lightly in acknowledging her awkward presence. And little Shi-chun's guests, who will stay here at our H group. Seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? Was with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did anyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Joshi-chun, the family HIERARCH herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she's using the pretense of assisting the HIERARCH to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we're all aware, venerable former Jiamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import and momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, venerable former Jiamu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smelled suspicious. I already missed the window to challenge her. I'm so tired, bro. I already missed the window to challenge her to present this with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows, I would be the inheritor of the venerable Jiamu as well. I shall be presiding over this regular assembly which we convene which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of each one. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed to me that she considered herself to be the main character of the scene or something.
Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yun-chin.
We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan, despite your already saturated schedule.
I can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yun-chin. My parents. True shame they couldn't be here. Have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yun-chin.
Responses from the participants are just as protracted. Only I love using random words that I don't understand. Oh my god, bro. What the hell? Anyway. Only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongyuan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generations, many of whom had the pleasure of meeting during the family hired war. Very well, then, shall we welcome Jia Xi-chun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyuan's family hire. Greetings. I am... Now, let us begin. Okay. Don't just wash over her like that, bro. Whatever, man. For many years, all of those who gathered here have toiled day and night for eternal prosperity and growth of H1. Jesse Chun's impression. Ooh, shit, hold on. Okay, there we go. Sorry.
I was busy doing something.
Bonk. Jesse Chun's expression immediately sours as young Chun unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister Youngchen.
Oh my god, bro.
Another yap session. Passing distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before the reconstruction days, and a quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Jesse Chun stutters a little, flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp.
If I may, venerable hierarch, lining the pockets. That is quite an odd turn of phrasing to refer to the bare minimum of respect this society may repay to the highest contributing members, don't you think?
Before we continue, Shitin, I'm not entirely certain if you're aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. And clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarchy. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation free fall and restore prosperity to greatness to Hung Yuan once again. Yeah, okay. That's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H Corp's articles of association, you would have known that should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses of the board of directors may also carry de facto power in the assembly. The board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarchy was legitimate down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we've built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jia Yuan was somehow turning the room against Xi Chun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H Corp's value. No one in the assembly, not a single representative of any family's president, stepped up to point out how Jia Chun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces and marched right up to Hung Yuan's front yard, or how she definitely maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Daganyan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative inexperience, but no one in Hung Yuan's board of directors, the heads of each family averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So, you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility. Very well, NPC. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hung Yuan singularity-related business. Your calculations on the next year's fiscal debt forecasts, the exact recipe for variation numbers of boluses that have been registered for the past 5 years.
The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. Must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. You're still indexing all available materials.
Isn't that funny? Not once in history of Hung Yuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hung Yuan's historical statistics. But Jia Yuan-Chen must have known all along too.
She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with immense repository of information through the Xiahuang worm or something the equivalent. She's using it to target Xi Chun's weakness, knowingly asking questions the first family hierarch without the Anemna worm couldn't possibly answer.
The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of hierarch Jiamu are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wings to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task, given the present circumstances?
Welcome back.
started Intervallo. Very, very smiling. I will say the music is louder in your voice and makes you know, oh boy. Alright. I put it to 65. Hopefully that's better. Actually, 55. How about that? Hopefully that's better. Anyways. Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call to vote the motion of no confidence. Motion of no confidence. A motion of no confidence. When passed by a high... You sound more even now. Alright, thank you. Alright. That's way better? Okay. Good. Very, very good. Alright. Motion of no confidence, when passed by higher-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of chief executive from office. So we're going after Shichun's power. So this is the picture of Jia Yunchen wanted to paint. Impotent. I can't read. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through their first meeting to the total near unanimous lack of support from the H Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about. Seems to me like they got no ounce of respect for the loss of us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first one to kick you out the moment they no longer see you useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off. Can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? We need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. I else would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this us. In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of family hierarchy powers will be removed. If it is entirely possible that she will be a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening her they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is something needlessly convoluted. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. No confidence. Have confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jia Shichun to the floor? Hold on. The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so light. Shi family has no objection. I'd say the Wang family has no objections either. Shai family too. The rest of the previous family seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power were more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to solely interested in staying in Jia Yunchen's good graces. New faces, same old, and needlessly to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. Tis too far vexing to simply watch and do not, right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Shichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not gonna hesitate and make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well. I'm in agreement. Yeah, let's go on 3. At the same time. There are no objections. 1, 2. The assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month, and 3. Here, the objection! Bloody hell! Oh, you've gone mental. Have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the room. The center of the entire room's undivided astonishment. Alone. Don Quixote, standing firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become. With such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly, mine efforts have been finally borne fruit. What? What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no! What happened there, Don Quixote? We were going to... What happened to objecting together? Oh? I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze in the Department of LCC. Disputes of succession of power on such high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? What just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed that's how Limbus Company rolls now. There seems to be an unexpected outburst from Shichun's guests. Withdraw your objection. We'll consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter its official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Shichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't. And how could anyone? When we all had a clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarch evaluation, Jia Baoyu donated his coins he received from Jia Qiao to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jia Qiao and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But we have not all been witness to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation in her own ascension. You must have no shame, snaking your forked tongue into the audience and of both heaven and earth, like the unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanchun's merciless dismantling of Jia Shichun. Yet, I see the point. I thought that was Jia Qiao, by the way. The hierarch. Ooh. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chatting for minutes on end. Forgive me, I can only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was all open to all outsiders. You've said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather unclear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well. A fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the family, preclude the participation of the family hierarchs Heisho packs and the Jialan guards. So you would remove her Pao and her Zhu before the games even begin? Why not make this test of series sparring matches in both academia and martial arts if such is the case? What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Jeshichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It'd be a unanimous one-sided end to the vote of no confidence. And naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarchy shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. We're in the midst of confusion, flabbergasted silence, from the other cylinders. A clear, carefree yet defiant voice rings out. Hong Lu's retort. Hong Lu? He's talking for himself? That's not true at all, big sister Yun-chan. We actually have just as much confidence in Ji-chun as she does. His wide eyes stare directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yun-chun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child. How dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. But you have but 1 month to prove that before all an audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance will be no different from those that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we shall excuse ourselves now. Wait, I am... Zhigong turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. You may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one's master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Argonyan's walls, which may... Oh my god, you yap too much. Eat a goddamn bun. Which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent then? Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as a family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jashichun's masters are each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Jigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Yay! It's time to teach Shichun some lessons. 12 to... I thought you said 13. Okay, whatever, game. We were planning to train Jia Shichun anyway, but Seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, you said the LCB was going to help me out. Did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Shi-chun. Big sister Young Chun's an old snake. You should have just given her 30 days. You've just given her 30 days to set a perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be a family hierarch. But Shi-chun, weren't you always good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I'd just hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do now. But now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be a family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Shi-chun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of the family hierarch might be too much.
Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation of our previous interaction.
The heck, Ji-shun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't ya? Where'd that confidence go, girl?
That actually got under her skin back then, huh?
So, Shi-chun, what do you want to do?
Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen?
If I let it happen, Big Sister Yun Chen is going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time.
Is the implications of her testament on her influence were true?
Yep, it's true. Before she left Q Corp, the big sister Yun Chen used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we were to just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yun Chen, I think her definition of Hong Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. Oh, come and say hi for. Hi, Sam. Hiya. How are you? I'm doing thing. Yippee. What she's looking for isn't H Corp's prosperity. It's Dogun Yan's. And I know that this all has to do something with its ties to Q Corp. Hi. Right. Which I bet has already been going on for a while under my radar. I'm good. Got a lot done this morning, so I'm just vibing. That's good. You get those goals done, Queen. You got this. Hell yeah. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hong Yuan's future, right? That's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hong Yuan is, I want to change H Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. How are you, Scrunkly Donkey? I'm doing very good. I'm new Limbus story. Very fun. I like it so far. Very silly, very goofy. Very happy, very happy. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and only in 30 days.
Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right?
It hasn't. Great. So it's decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Sod. And so, to summarize, the responsibility of training Shichun to win these matches, these Amphorius tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jiayunchen's control, by the way, is probably a trap. Within the next 30 days is ours. We just have to explain that to Sod. Wow. That sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have been quite rote. Sometime later. Prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she just made her desperate plea towards Sod. Yes, and I understand that as well, for the 8th time. As always, Sod wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days. During those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great. Let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. Never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah. So let's give it our best. I totally agree. We messed everything up again. And what? The Miss Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jiaxichun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during J-Corp incident. Had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was...
my microphone.
Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch position, which must be still be on rather thin ice. Oh, that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yunchen's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch against such insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon. Ooh, oh, it's Latte PFP. Yippee! I love Latte. I miss Latte. I want to see Latte again. I miss him. I miss Latte and Daisy. Very silly PFP though. I like it. Against such insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Duganyan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Chun to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal.
So, I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but are we not going to consider what might happen if we fail?
No, we are not, because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said we were all going to teach Jia Chun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. By the way, we've already established that internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Who's this? That's Jigung. Jigung is what's it called? Jia Cho's servant. I think, or I don't know. She's hot though. She is hot though. Very pretty. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. I can't read. So, you must be the one who placed in that last scale. By the way, she's so pretty, bro. She's so pretty. I be licking her up, bro. I shouldn't say that on YouTube. Anyways.
Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb.
I may have overreacted then. My lord said that from the virtuous, we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed, we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson for young Shi-chun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things here? Tis a star, twinkle twinkling in its radiance.
According to the schedule you've prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lesson's plan and execution will require cooperation from T-Corp.
'Twould be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. Jigun was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Jigun's grimace? Of course. Each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lessons planned in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Jigung. We barely had any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been that easy. You could say that I learned my lesson. The recent events had taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Guess we're gonna make Shi-chun into a boss.
Free Lunashi.
I see now that you have individually worked on your lesson plans as per Jigong's request. Oh my god! Zilu, she looks so pretty! Oh my god, I love her! Oh, she's so pretty! She even has her mask off. Aww. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on. Shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Huh? Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Hey, me? Oh, please. At least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You think? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, In Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, these papers? Yeah, I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan that I couldn't stop myself from writing. Phew. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers into Zilu's hand. And she receives it with a mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start from reviewing from the first stack. 108 analytical approaches to aesthetics AAA. What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciate the art. Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. F you. Went too far. Right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted.
Lady, watch yourself. Almost got some on my arm.
A painting, Zilu? In trails, cutting the world. Now you know how aesthetes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. So what the hell did you paint in the paper? Hey, get it together. Zilu looks so cute. I love Zilu so much, bro. I can't wait for this to be voiced, bro. Oh my god. Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on that paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus, it goes in the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zilu crumpled the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Huh? Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeved fashion and practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool.
That's you know how it is. Be proud of who you are and all that philosophy stuff. Wanted this lesson to give a bit of paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality, which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have.
Discard. Next. Zilu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Denigrative in Linguistics. Subheading. The power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. Thank you, Otis. My credentials may include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches method. I can't. I'm getting dizzy. Water. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticisms and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that Jashitun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler of the family HIERARCH out of me? Zilu seemed quite interested, but Yashichun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading: Methodologies of captivating an entire room of preoccupied audience. Discard. Feed on thee! Wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning intermirror conflict between the self and reflection of paradoxically fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an opening door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshi's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is given advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down this troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug when the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have moved 2 steps ahead. Finally, I narrowed down the 3 culprits. Ah, wait! I forgot to take that part out! And into the shredder it went. Everyone in the bag. When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover of popping a cookie or two into your mouth. Especially useful for when getting lectured. Hey, if you're good enough at it, you can do that with nuts too. So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvering, how to let it flow through you. But to not let things make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings you good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them haste. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Daganyan people who hated him. I see. I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. This lesson was... Thank you, Mersault. This plan was designed by Rodian's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know that he considered to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in family HIERARCH. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack Shite. Sawed off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print.
It's my philosophy that don't. It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of family higher qualities, but our focus is not on developing a hierarch of a syndicate. Next. Information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh. Huh. That's actually the most interesting sounding so far. In the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution of rational self-interest driven societies and Gesellschaft. Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble have hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she'd gone through the majority of our lesson plans. Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Phew. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who had bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory of self-overcoming. You have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second there. What's up with acting like you're infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Ah, of course. I've been preparing a speaking class where you can learn to speak with modesty too. I never would imagine Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Shichin's saying. Following that, your company's... it seems Zila has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum most especial. Okay, so that's enough. That was Saad's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her plan into her hands. Well, if it wasn't a complete bust, at least, Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Phew. Miss Zigong, Miss Saad, I have prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Saad weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong especially was looking away from her unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Jeshichin's teachers. Or should I call you Pupil Sinclair to be exact? This has gotta be a mistake, right? Isn't Shichin the pupil here? No.
There haven't been any mistakes. My lord specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This is such cute artwork. Hi, CG. Hi again. How are you? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. No, this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty if it was just Shichun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe. I beat this yesterday. Oh, nice. I just I woke up like a few hours ago, so like I'm doing this right now, Lamau. It's fun. I like it so far. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever want to go back to school. You should be grateful. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole on my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan we have to redo the whole lesson plan under supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox trying to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. She's so autistic. She's autistic. Oh my god, guys, she's autistic. She gets hyperfixated. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least. And I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yisang. I thought you were the underdog. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Huh? Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does this sound? What the heck does that even mean? She's sparkling. Wow, she looks so adorable. Huh? Jashi Chun's eyes widen in confusion, all as though she's heard those words for the first time in her life. She. When I first met her, she was 16. She explained that she hadn't attended, and there was one thing I had to retry. Ooh, boy. Oh, that's reassuring. She explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course of children of Hong Yuan. Were raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. Bestie might not do. Come on, water. A bestie might nudge one another. I can't read. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off. They share their homework with one another and forget to do theirs. If one forgot to do theirs, they usually end up being included in the best memories of one each other's school time. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. She was very happy for a second, bro. She really wanted to be Sinclair's bestie.
It may have come a few years late, but I am moved to see that my lady has finally had a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like it was yesterday. Shichun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears swelling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, it reminds me. One day out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't had a clue as to how or what she heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and wait, don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up. 30 days are ticking down. We only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I have come quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning to task to you two, Zilu and Miss Sod. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing.
She doesn't like her. Oh, new icon.
Zilu and Sod appeared to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken in sorrow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum.
They actually Zilu looks so tired.
Miss Zilu? Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of a clear mind. The path of an educator is surely a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Jacho's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so within 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into three super categories. They are called what are these supposed to be? Ji, Yong, and Len. Ji, wisdom. The wise never lose either people nor words. To hold one... sorry. Got dizzy for a sec. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in the silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yong, courage. The ability to overcome fear. To act decisively. To have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Having to have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Len, humanity. Humanity is the benevolence of the heart and compass of behavior that dictates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all three of your criteria. Just how much do you think they'll be able to teach students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Oops. Excuse me. Sorry, chat.
Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Zhigong are currently preoccupied with handling a monumental task of paperwork. Right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you.
Be strong, my lady.
Wei! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of class commenced.
Let us begin the classes. The Little Princess Maker.
So they're just gonna throw me in without like a tutorial. Oh. Oh. Okay, so we get to read what she does. Okay. If target has 5 clash power up, base power for every 3 eruption on target. She doesn't get. Okay, she doesn't get that.
Whatever.
Target has 5 coin power up. Okay. Alright, so we wanna. Okay, so we only have Yi Sang at the moment. Oh, this is mandatory class. Okay. Well, let's begin class. Resume classes. Years. My name is Yi Sang. That is all. Alright, sorry, chat. I didn't read. Sorry, Yi Sang. The classes I've prepared for the day. I have heard plenty of your mirror tech, which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Sorry, chat. Just looking at things real quick. Alright. Let me pop in here so I don't get distracted. Alright. There you go. Indeed. You show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibility instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others want to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself. To some people, after all. Correct again. Yet, destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My soul egress from it was abandonment from my quondam fellows and my life's work, making me a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? Sorry, chat. Oh my god, bro. Give me a sec. Sorry, chat. There we go. Alright. Anyways. I conversed. With who? With myself. That lies within me.
As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength in the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of oneself. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon themselves. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking in the mirror. Shichun has grown. Sinclair has grown. Oh, they're both smiling. That's so cute. I want to screenshot this. Hold on. Oops. Mouse is in the way. There you go. That's cute. Now, if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. For some reason, Shichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked in the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sunjin of the Shi family who contracted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was gonna show me a precious flower that blooms only at night.
Oh, my Eddie.
I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you're actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassinations to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. Glad it didn't go away. You were right. If only you had the Wu branch in your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair, looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway. The family hierarch war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see, well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. It seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now I have some quiet time looking at my reflection. I think I uncovered a part of myself I had hidden away for a long time.
Yay!
Oh, leveled up to expert. Okay. Oh, we have Don Quixote class now. Okay, well, so we're gonna get a lot of morale from this, bro. Be passionate and dream on. Fix your tales. Thank you, John. Oh, we have combos. Oh boy. Oh, okay, there you go. There's just a dream. Main goal in this game mode is to raise the main stats of Zhiyong and Ren and as high as possible over the course of 30 days, or 30 class days. Specializes in raising different stats. Aside from days with fixed classes, you can choose up to 3 classes per day. Classes can either end in success or failure. A successful class will greatly increase the amount of stats gained. Okay, so Yiseng and Faust have a good combo. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's start. 'Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one's sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Shichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given what Sod told them some time before the lesson started. Some time ago. Otis, who has been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while. Nice car, bro. Whatever. You're so loud, bro. Daggers at Don Quixote for a while. Finally decided to voice her doubts to Sod. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixtures often appear when history is in the making? Oh. Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, and continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history. Verily. Let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yue Fei. This tale beginneth in the year. Sometime later. Are you done? Just how could she continue to talk at such a length? She's going for ages. She's been going for ages. It thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. How did she find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee this water. There we go. I can assure thee this 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? But of course, I came prepared with such inquiries for each correct answer. I shall bestow upon thee from a very treasure chest of mine these precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know. I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is bonus rewards for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles Yu Fei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. It's not really doing for anything for either of us. It's still pretty useful reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What? Scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? I'll have you know that I was a teacher's pet in every single history class I took. I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it. I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in every other class too. I did great in art classes. Pretty good in math too. I was just being humble, because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Shitun.
Oh, and let me tell you, I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines of each day. And in one of those days, In one of those days, you know what my master told me? He said, looks like Miss Joshi-chun's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences that you can't learn from teachers. I tick-tocked in response. 'Tis year 505. What is the historical community's consensus of the most illustrious battle that Fixer UFA is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart thee a major clue. If thou hast paid attention in discourse upon the 5 pillages, in which the Fixer UFA was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The Honorable Fixer of Cerulean Heaven. I'm hungry, bro. Fixer of Cerulean Heaven, who attained triumph in the Rhino Tree in year 465, has said, What has the worst ordeal she has faced in her career? I got it. It's when she had to forge onward, despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held in line to buy her time. Damn it! I was too slow! Fee, young Nishi-chun, thou art incorrect. Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies. I can't read. Her enemies with hair that was not luscious. Okay, she's talking. I'm not gonna read this one. She's speaking like she was actually there. Thine impressions are quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales. But most of these are tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such audience, enough to study the ways of minstrels. There was a clear look and pride in her twinkling eyes. Oh, she looks so adorable. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysando employed in his resolution of the case of Fey Forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's, Summer Night Fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and enunciation. Are you kidding me? Whew. Come on, you can do this. You can do this. It's nothing. Illusions of Midsummer Night. Midsummer Night shall devour thee whole. Summer Night Fantasia. Thine enunciation was shaky upon the words of illusion, yet thou hast demonstrated such courage, thou I bestow upon thee this badge. Go tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero. Thou then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha! Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Joshi-chun's two-person play, Bravo. Certain minor details were missed, such as the UFA Fixer was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet, 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I had no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the flame of UFA the Fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end lessons of today. Huh. It's just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Shichin's hands were the badges Don Quixote gifted her. Yeah. And mirror. 60 max HP, hell yeah. Alright. We can only choose one at a time. Okay. That kinda sucks, but okay. Okay, doing good so far. Oh, we get to see, yeah, that's right. She's more fatal to, oh boy. Oh, that's right. Jingun Bolus. Clashers gain 3 defensive. Banana Bolus? Okay, bro. Anyways. 248. Alright. Boom. This is a component. This is a component taken from the component part taken from the structure that forms H Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H Corp singularity, which had been enduring for such a long time. Huh. You actually look kind of upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed. An opportunity to study the old H Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I have made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one that built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It was possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it may be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Oh, thank you, Faust. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think that's how I get to learn more about the old H Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. The day when Hongyuan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they fall out or not, until Hongyuan can be a place where you can sleep in with a promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you can pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot from this lesson too, Miss Faust. Lesson 2, Miss Faust. Dang. The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Yay. Expert. Yeah. Okay. Oh, now we're for Gregor. Okay, we're back down. We're going down. We're going down. Okay. I need to train more Nyong. There you go. Unlike some other classes, which were more on upbeat side of things. Sorry. The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, long-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. Might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out there, right there. Which absolutely would have happened if Miss Shichun here had failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh. Piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. And why's it gotta be... Excuse me, Miss Zelo. Is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war to a wing chief executive's honor officer's face, huh? Mums just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm gonna listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I gotta appreciate that sentiment? Well, still though, can't dilly-dally when Miss Shichun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? Let's take a look on that. I can't read. So let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of a wing war. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. Yay! And that's why smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times. So everyone tried to draw each other out on an open field battle. It's naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dogenyan can make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know how to use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Dogenyan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones who we met were going in circles? Give me a second. Alright, sorry chat. I'm busy doing something. I am back. Not to mention how the Heisho all utilize the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going in all that, I'm sure that we all know the best answer in all warfare is not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war he stood at the center of the heartless
machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There he must have witnessed things far worse than the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy. Sorry, fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No. Everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos in Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after the two students left, Gregor lingered in their room for a while, lighting up a cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after a while, emptying the entire pack. Okay, bro. You are not the smoke whore. Honglu time, yeah! We gotta level these three up. How are classes going, Shichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his plan, I simply couldn't allow him to do this alone. Looks like this is going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about big sis Bao Cai? Are you sure it's okay that the Shui family bodyguard is to be here? I am no longer employed by Miss Bao Cai's guard. Wait, don't tell me you got everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Bao Cai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so you could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on. You spent most of your time stuck in Yihongyun before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Shichun. This is one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Shichun and Sinclair is, in clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote, "Surviving Hongyuan" on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I need help in any of that department from you. Look, I know you had your fair share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jiamu, I mean, the previous hierarch, and the elder's favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was just wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? Oh, Dante. You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm gonna have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea before sparkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which one of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poison like wolfsbane when I was 7.
was something as tame as what you were suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not be here to accompany with him. Linda continued to process, sprinkling Willsbane powdered into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching the oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed of which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Hong Lu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Dao Ganyan's request. A must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know. They're actually... Actually, what? It's nothing. In Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you... But Hong Lu opened his eyes before Jia Shichun could finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons at his hand like throwing pins at 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Siren's newer tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Was poison supposed to melt through metal? People like that. People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dagwenyan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine. I don't want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn from that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? Oh, that's cool. I see. When you say you're avoiding whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Shichun. I know that adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence... I can read... And I know that your residence, Nansheng, will be engineered with the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you feel that this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify, and when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Jia Shichun whipped around away from Hong Lu to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Every 6 days you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors, Jiao Yunshen. In the palanquin, a palanquin has been prepared for you to take for you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may Jia Shichun retain her status as a family hierarch.
My lady.
Oh, don't worry yourself over too much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes.
No, it's... I simply hope I can survive until she returns. Seems that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of concern for Shichun.
Wait, are you sure you're okay?
Can't escape them. Even in dreams, the unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm burying me.
Steel yourself. That was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we are not the only ones going through the ringer.
It's fight time.
You're one of the she-boys.
We finally meet. I hope Sorry, chat. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me, then...
Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me?
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess had all been dragged away and put under investigation. Gah. Sorry.
Distracted again.
And hey, guess what? They dragged half of my family. They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly. Why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier?
Well, it's not easy. It never is.
What do you want about all of a sudden?
It's not something we should be talking about so lightly, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Doug and Yun. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough.
I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know, I can't really pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hung Yuan.
Not hidden. All holding cells within Hung Yuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem the kind of design that would lead people to some unfortunate assumptions. Though, I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I've recently gained a better understanding of Hung Yuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policies so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations.
Really? Where did you...
I'm lucky enough to have a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too.
Huh. You did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of.
Good. Come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers in the past have said that not but disparagement awaits unjust victories.
Oh, she's actually locking in. Do we get to control her? Oh, we don't get to control her. Alright. Oh, she starts with 28 sanity. Huge. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Crit? Oh, no crit. Okay. We're good. We're good. Crit. How do you not crit? At 11 crit?
Living poise, bro.
Oh, now you crit. Okay, whatever, bro. Crit here. Or else. There you go. Yay! Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah. So what? Calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little. I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want your. Sorry. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. I'm going to win without the fertile soil of my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. Shihuajian, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? I do. So, what do you think? You want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyuan? Aww, how sweet. Alright, Ishmael time. Does she get a combo with Dawn? Heard you managed to come out on top of your first sparring match. Congrats! Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I have prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring. Huh. Is it gonna be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan. Surviving 10 days in Hongyuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. I forgot she's part of the Pinky. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. So I'm here to fill in. So I'm just here to fill in, since the game needs certain number of players. But really? Can you really call this a tabletop game and adventure? Yet, in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as... Ah, what a move! Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. They're playing D&D. That's awesome. Ah, young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fire spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe. That was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Huh? Really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? Gulp. Sorry, chat. I played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. We love D&D. It's a popular game among Hongyuan's youth. It's gotten genuinely positive reviews too. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, so what do these huge piles of paper do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps
guide explorers to safety arrive at their goals. That's why most experienced players take that role. Which would be me. Mr. Dex. Each character have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from the set of pre-made characters for this one. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role. Sinclair and Joshichin pick up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyan, Smoka. Great city of Yanyan, a place known to be a gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called a Tenya sword. The city of Yanyan, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? It's because so there's this legend in Yanyan about how the sword of the Tenya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bringing peace to its people. And also about having the sword is the proof of the leader of these lands, so on and so forth, you know? Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through introduction without her usual confidence. I see. The city of Yanyan must be in a lot of trouble, too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Joshichin nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys gotta find that sword. And then I will claim the Tianya sword no matter what it costs me. Joshichin nods with determination. We played D&D. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that Kejun Keep might have heard the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kejun Keep, chat him up, and try and gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means you'll find it hard to even form the simplest of sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kejun Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which should get me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kejun Keep. I think I have a decent chance at this. My wisdom is pretty high. And you pass the check. The Kejun Keep looks at you and having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then. So I'll just stand in the corner over there and sheath my weapon and play around with it for a while. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? The Kejun Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast towards Yinji Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kejun Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently the patrolling guard had beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no, that's too bad. We got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we leave the kitchen. Well, they say JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help around with every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kejun Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize he's talking about the fairy Yao Guai, guardian of the Tianya sword. Sorry, chat. There you go. He explains that the fairy Yao Guai's power grows bright under the moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? And shouldn't we wait until the sky's overcast? There you go, that's better.
Excuse me.
Then shouldn't we wait until the sky's overcast? Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds and tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Phew, okay. Let's make sure we're prepared before we go.
Bro, literally D&D.
So... You're gonna have to roll a 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16. With a final singular strike from the Jashichun, the fairy Yao Guai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya's sword is ours! Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth, and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this we can... However, the defeated fairy Yao Guai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to his feet and lunges at Jashichun, who pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Jashichun, between Shichun and the monster. But if that crits, it's gonna be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One and another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yao Guai lies still as well. The final vestiges of the strength completely spent. Sinclair! Did he have a bloody face? Go on without me. Take that sword. Go down the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then yeah. Bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? A strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it. Step by step. Hey, Shichun, look over there. Everyone we'd helped and saved on our journey come out and welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I would have never stopped and talked to every single villager there to heal their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts and the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader. Not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the classes at some point along the way. Yay! One offense level. Ooh, skill improved. Before attack, gain one attack weight for every 4 negative. Oh, okay. Cool. Alright, let's do this. Do this one. Two and 3. Any new combos? No. Number. Mersalt time. Oh, hey, D&D. Yeah, we got the D&D part. It's very funny.
Alright. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that.
Then I will. And I will share an excerpt of Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote.
Huh? 32 days ago? What?
Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have, ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded. So can you please turn back the clock one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjection.
The emotion that Mersalt gave was so scary.
Unnecessary interjections weighed down your request.
Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really start it that bad?
It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could be delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes.
Huh? Well, okay. Sure, seems easy enough. What the hell is this? What face is he making? Oh my god, what? Okay, thanks, Mersalt. Suddenly, Mersalt let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. Are you okay?
Mersalt, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes has not passed.
You're cheating.
This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide.
What? Who? The one who wished to what?
Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who had got the bottom of the incident.
Come on, so what did you see?
Failed again.
Took the class.
Oh,
nice. Okay, they have combos. 9 to 5. That's really funny, actually. I really liked Mersalt's.
more Crimson Spring.
Clash 1 inflict 2 rupture count. Okay. Well, we got more. You got more combos. I'm a real big fan of these two. Took the class. Oh, wing employees of the month. So she should max speed, max rupture. Oh. You inflict burn? Okay. Cool. We need more young. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them into your side by being generous with my spending by setting a good example as a superior. Eventually they'll open up. Foolishness. Huh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? Ha! I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you'd end up accidentally killing them, foolishness. Jeez, could you stop saying that word? How simplistic. How disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that's all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit... this isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Hong Yuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hong Yuan seemed to put Shichun in a thoughtful mood, as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical, like waterboarding, electrocution, or things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them. There you go. And let them take brief sighs of relief at every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your positions, cadets. Learn some threats and intimidating expressions I could use to threaten the target. Oh, that restores a lot of morale, bro. Now I know enough about it. Okay. Oh, it's fight time. It's against the fist guy. The charged fists guy.
So, I've heard you've defeated Shi Huazheng. You'd do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame.
Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned to not underestimate the family underdogs?
What?
Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Shi Huazhen into,
What? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents.
My men are already on their way.
How did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them get him a hiding spot there.
Oh, so it's Block 32. I did. Huh, that was way easier than it was during class.
I've heard stories about how you changed. I didn't know you'd changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, dammit. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly things like this. Is that it? That may befit the seat of the hierarch. However, a leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Shi Xijing, refuse to let someone so unqualified as yourself retain power.
Alright, hit it. Onward, little by little. Why? Hold on, why didn't you clash with that? Tink, tink, tink. Wink.
Hit it, Shichun.
Tink, tink. You're fine.
Dink, mink. Hit it.
Second form. New animations. No.
Yay. We did it. Damn it. I was so close.
Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yun-Chun actually gained control of Hong Yuan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first, but she's gonna acknowledge she's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see the people from the other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's a small family of clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before the other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off of Big Sister Yun-Chun's forces, when in reality, she'd already discarded them before it even began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her.
Mother. Father.
Now let's think about this carefully. About Jia Yun-Chun's vision for Dagonyan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp?
I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside once we're no longer useful?
So about that hiding place you put your parents, you accidentally let slip? I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heish had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything about it because there weren't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement.
Is that true?
Just how low is your opinion of the Hierarch? Big Sister Yun-Chun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the Heisho and the family Hierarch.
But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them.
What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing any of that. She's so pretty.
Ryoshu time.
Taking care of children.
You know a lot about that, wouldn't you? Let's do this.
TKTWK. Teaching kids how to deal with kids, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but all that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zila wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I will snap your neck cleanly if you are a UA. What? But I will scan if you are a UC. Huh? I'll snap your leg completely if you're an unruly adult, but I'll soothe, coax, and nurture you. Or I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully. Evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context am I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Oh yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Oh my god, bro. I'd be disappointed too if I got that haircut, bro. It'd be fucked up what they'd be doing to you, bro. Yes. It'd be fucked up what they'd be doing to you, bro. I wouldn't want that haircut either, bro. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought the child of the Wang family. Why is Shirin? Oh wait, what? You brought a who from the what? From a what family? Upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed a rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you places, huh? No, I mean, what do you mean you brought a kid to brought that kid on my orders? Ryoshi snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. That kid's kind of trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They are experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting so serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Bao Yu are what... Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think I'm becoming approachable to kids here that might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you got your work cut out for you. Children of Dagunyan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. FC. Full combo. Wow, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we told him when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Yasura. Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryoshi was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or movement to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She's employing all kind of tactics, including, but not limited to, ventriloquism, kongju, a traditional Hongyuan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshi. Aww. Guys, this is oh, my microphone. Foreshadowing. This is foreshadowing to her canto. It would be a 5-hour babysitting scene on Ryoshi's canto. The fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshi would be good at this. Neat. And with the exact expression as her usual one, Ryoshi was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle head pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go on about it. What's important is helping them understand what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on his edge for his age. I'd start making some progress, but whenever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dugonian kid. Kids don't survive in places for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free. I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you're about to ask whether I can help it or not. Huh? Wrong move, rookie. Rookie Hierarch. Why say all that when TWDT? You don't get the immaculacy of succulent abbreviations. She grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jessie-Chun, then in her usual curtness spoke precisely two words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. It's my big sis said that when the family hierarch war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and the baddest of Hongyuan, Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you can make Dugonian safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after she guided the child out of the room, I found Jessie-Chun whispering something to herself. You got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try and improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. Place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Yeah. Okay, let's put Don Quixote on here. Oh, Sinclair gets specific stats. Jingung Bull's passive improved. Learn Spirit of Fixers. Remove the first stagger threshold. Oh, that's huge! That's actually huge. What? Clash shoots gain 1 protection. Oh, nice. Oh, we get Rhodia now. Let's put him with Gregor and Dawn. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great. That's really great, but I don't know. It kind of just feels oddly specific, an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair, given the time limit, this just has happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating your training abilities to control your emotions. I swear, I had no ulterior motives. I was practically forced to use this. Ah, wait. Stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I'm only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there's still much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy. You know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such base activity. What audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and I thought you'd be you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, fine, I get it. Don't play a game if you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy. I subscribe to it.
Do you seriously think that your swallow obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work?
Huh? What? Sorry, Scrub says what? So Wei joined the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You three will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 at the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have the special power to read into your minds without hearing a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see at the corner of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a peng. You're looking to form a peng, aren't you? And Shuchun, you... you want this dung tile I've got. Now I know to never discard this tile. How did you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't let it ever peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And Wei, you... Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Phew. This isn't gonna be easy.
Your greatest mistake tonight was to allowing me to sit at this table. I already know the ready hand you got there.
Oh, you do? Not bad. But you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just needed one zhong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile because it's not there.
Gang.
I see. You called Gang Meld so you can claim the zhong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you?
Does that by any chance imply that you know some locations of every tile in this game?
Nah, no way. I just have a sixth sense for bad vibes.
Very well then. Never once did I ever step back into the darkness of the world of shadows, but very well. Then I will be settling this Hua aside and...
Phew, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us?
Shh, my lady. The importance of this moment could not be overstated.
I see. Swapped out your ready hand, didn't ya?
What do you think?
3 quad tiles in a row, huh? I see you got some innate luck, too. Very well, then. I have to wager all of this on this one suit.
I won!
That's a Qingyao-zhu. That's a Qingyao-zhu hand. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard zhong. Aw, darn. I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady?
I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea.
Wait, Victoria stumbles at her. His shoulders slumped. That was awesome, bro. There you go. Tianya sword passive. Oh, did it finally get? Hey, it finally got gloom. Head pats. At 15 poise potency, half the poise potency in game following effects. All allies, including this unit, heal 10 HP, heal 3 SP. Have all removable negative effects from all allies, including this unit. Ooh. Okay. Alright. Next fight. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Joe. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? Buh. I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask you for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asking you for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hong Yuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with time by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yan Chen genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe that she has Hong Yuan's best interests at heart, with all those conspiracies that she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may be well considered abstaining votes. They are keeping their silence because they fear Jia Yun-chun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken at all by that, huh? Though you get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. Guess I'll have to work more on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed over his coins to you. Well, I guess I'm not the only thing that he handed over to you. Guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hung you went tomorrow. Anyway. Water. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now, huh? My cousin will be your opponent today. Aww. Not himself? I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you are at least better than I am. Only then will I accept you. I want to fight Zhao. Alright. Dude, you inflict so much. Oh. The rupture is going good here. Hit the crit. Hit the crit. Ooh. That was pretty.
해결사의 역경에 비하면
Nice. We did it. Or well, she did it.
What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah. Don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold onto your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the gall to let him give him false hope. I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know. I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hung Yuan. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I would change Hung Yuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We'll all know what Big Sister Yuan Chun's Hung Yuan looks like. Be the exactly same in essence. Will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. No, of course not. Left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Damn. Heathcliff time.
Alright, lads, listen up. This ain't going to be like them boring classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins.
Brawl?
Learn this by heart. And you'll be kicking those twats' asses left, right, and center.
It's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today? Looks a lot more colorful, too.
Bollocks, lad catches on quick. That Wade bloke said something about swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it.
That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see.
Oi, don't you underestimate me just 'cause I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders. Eyes wide open. Let's get cracking.
With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky and made a small boop noise. I learned the art of mad dogging and decisive action. Decapitation. What? Actually. Oh, okay. Cool.
The drunkard.
this class?
I thought it would be Dante teaching.
After an uncharacteristic pause, Zulu continued. I'll be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited to your tutelage. A guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they're lost.
Little bird told me that a venerable hierarch will gift me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from the Dagonion's brewer.
Hey. There ain't any truth to that, folks.
That guy.
Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Hongyuan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor lord drifter, won't you?
Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarch war was over. He what? The family hierarch war has been over for a while. Everyone in Hongyuan knows that who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you only knows how to mooch off of other families set foot in here. Looks like I'm gonna have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let a slip-drunk assassin like...
I see our youngful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I've been a guest in many places, but please, I'm no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with the scenic landscapes as my bar. The sky is as my ceiling and the dirt is my bed. The man who introduced himself as the night drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing, and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him.
Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Chichun. Apparently, Yun Chen bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yun Chen? She also wanted to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister in the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow. I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's supposed to be the teacher? This mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time?
As you said, the family hierarch war is over. Even mongrels of Hongyuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't mind carrying that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family hierarch war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bao Yu for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarch a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think?
I advise the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jayun Chen herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yun Chen more ammunition to take me down. And you there will have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion.
Phew, ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Assad's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response is only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. That's enough.
I was just getting started.
Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish.
What the heck? This guy's serious? I haven't seen a single master that said anything bad to say about my form.
Your arms are straight and your legs are supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters wouldn't bother themselves finding fault in there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with the martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more?
Huh?
There's more to this than raw strength. Now, take a swing at me instead.
Alright, you asked for it.
Joshi-chin takes a powerful swing at the knife gesture. Your mind outpaces your body. Your intent are more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has little heart for feints. He deftly weaves his way through her strikes, which failed to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. You're far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent, with force distributed evenly across your body. So you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. The Night Drifter pokes Joshi-chin's back with a twig. Everyone vying for has to go eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was there when I was 13.
Not too early, not too late. Just right.
Already been a few years since my foolish brother just locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone sent to prank him. I'm not gonna live like that, dumbass. Well, try to relax your body, won't you? Yeah, well, weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision.
Hey, Wei, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they gave him a way worse poison next time?
You know, young Master Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit right now.
So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical. Zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic altitude to have. Just how?
But my lady, it wasn't practical that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self. But what they seek is the path of the Asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends.
Ryoshu?
You must learn to let everything go, except for the self.
What kind of life is to live without stepping over others?
Let it all go. The gazes, the pressure, all of it. Instead, face yourself, only yourself. Feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Shichin's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her perused lips seemed to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well then, then what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave, cocky silence?
I wasn't being cocky.
My memories haven't failed me yet. You were one of young Master Bao Yu's underlings, correct?
Underling, yeah, however you want to call it, I guess.
Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just what do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden pointed question. He soon regained his composure and replied, "Well, who else beside me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is going to ditch the class. Don Quixote is going to ditch the classes out of boredom. Sagan goes for Rhodia, and Otis will try to take over the classes. Not to mention what it would be like to have Heathcliff here, and such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I've already learned about you?"
What are you talking about?
"A bird has failed to break its shell in time will rot with its confines."
I still don't understand what you're talking about.
Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion. "Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You'll get another chance to miss should you miss the opportunity." And the night drifter giggled flippantly, then the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. "In a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I could credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away."
Nice. Ga. Oh. But I did not pay attention to your morale. Oops. There we go. All morale is back up to full. Gambler's passive. Oh, that's actually a really good passive. Big damage.
Damn. Am I glad I got that? Am I glad I got my head screwed back on? It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I've opened my eyes to the recovery rooms sounds very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half of the family's heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarch going to some experienced kid, Ja family. Not to mention how lovely my sister had her engagement called off. How she's now been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seemed to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you even had any concern for the future of Hong Yuan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I had some fun.
Okay, bro. Bro thinks he's all that in a bag of chips.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
Already max SP.
좋아, 구조는 파악했어.
Oh. Using an evasive skill. Finally.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Ooh. Evaded perfectly.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
I forgot about, Whoa, she gained a new move? Nice. Okay, lock in. Hit it.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Beautiful. Took 3 turns. The 3 turns, actually.
Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death. Or stab me in the heart. Cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes. You're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting you their heads on a silver platter. You're gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarch war's over, and I'm not gonna kill anyone just because they're a bit uncooperative. Get real. Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to even gain a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position on a family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall, and if anyone dares to speak out against you, snip, chop off their head before they get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as a hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hongyu a place where people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. This is duller than my dullest expectations. It'll take you only a few years for you to break until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have a grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm the only one years away from being an idiot, shuffling aimlessly around Dagunyan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. Something interesting is going to happen. I can only imagine. I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Shaipon sauntered away, but Jashi-chun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You've passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You certainly crushed them for underestimating you. Crossed arms? My lady? Jashi-chun seemed deeply engrossed in thought. Oh. Let's get that morale up in no time.
My lady seems to be in a particular mood today.
It's all useless, isn't it? Chi-chun? When these classes end, you guys all leave. So I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast at lamplights. So it would mean anything for me to, prove them that I deserve to be family hierarch. I spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. And now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it. Those bastards who only thought in their empty heads that how could they expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before?
Playing hooky? Is that a euphemism for illuminating your unis?
Well, I rarely done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play.
Oh.
I've only done it once myself, after a friend talked me into it.
I agree. Seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well. Let us play just one hooky.
What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? Gotta get those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh?
My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Luxury Hermitage as of late?
No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from a massacre of a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing.
Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming, and the toxic the corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface. Eventually, turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by and had to plug their noses or risk passing out.
So, why did you even bring up something awful like that?
Seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow tree reached into the pond with its roots, clearing it all of foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay a pond a visit, if it's alright with you?
Shichin didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. Oh, that's so cute! You weren't kidding. I avoided this place for so long. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. And all that happened was that this tree happened to take root here.
What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind back then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there's steady root to rally around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts.
Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say, you have some change of heart too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before.
Back to 100. Yeah.
Alright, let's raise these to master. Yeah, raise these to master. Right, class. Here's a new task to help you learn to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop no matter what enemy you were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world that you can't solve by boldly rushing in headfirst. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in headfirst and shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Jashi Chin maintained her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So, let me help you lot grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Well, okay. How could I... Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the backstreets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah? Well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing is standing around trying to look cool. Ooh, that's gotta sting a little. That's sick, you little shite. What I would have said back in the day. Probably would have struck you with this hammer. My club. I've changed too. So did you. I can see that fire in your eyes have grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. Why was practice spelled with an S? My American brain is going haywire right now. Heathcliff, stop being British! I hate British people. It looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and Chichin? I grew my backbone trying to get into fisticuffs with the boys back during my backstreet days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean?
Is that what besties is supposed to mean?
Jashichin asked with considerable confusion.
Well, let's do this, I guess.
You don't want to go easy on... You don't want me to go easy on you, don't you?
I don't.
Are they... Oh, we're actually...
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
1,000! Hold on.
What? Why does he have...
With 2 rupture, deal... Okay, so this is just... Whoa. Okay.
So it's just normal Sinclair, but with a 5-coin unbreakable skill. Okay. This is passes. When recovering from stagger, gain 1 attack power up. Current start of this unit is staggered, recovering from stagger, and then gain a sign. The 30 HP expires turn in. Oh boy. Struggling? You better win this clash, bro. There you go.
구조를 파악했어. 중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 거.
Alright, win this clash.
stick combo.
봉황이 날개처럼. 그 해결사의
똥.
역경을
Oh, it has 2 coins. Nice.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Now you have assigned. Why are you evading it? No, you're supposed to. You're supposed to clash it and then evade. Oh my god, she's so stupid, bro. See? You just got hit there, bro. Why'd you only hit 3? She's so adorable here. Alright. That's good enough. Oh yeah, lad. It's much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? Two of them clashed with everything they learned, and everything they learned up until the lesson began. I thought for sure that Jashi Chun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Jashi Chun had as a family hire candidate. But perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to that mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah. It's not like we were going at it with real weapons. The fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of fever on my forehead, though. Didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. Like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha Land, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this come from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't always been sunshine and rainbows. Sunshine, lollipops, and... I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world on my own, all on my own. It was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on the top of your game your whole life, after all. I did leave Daganyon on my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much that I had to do. So much responsibility. I guess neither of us were ready for the world when we left home. For when we left home. I feel just as lost back at home, though. Ah, and there's Heathcliff, too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Damn! Class success rate -10. Learn some threads and new names.
Cool, he's master. And now... Oh, she's ineffective to slash now. That's huge. My bestie in Arrival. Turn start if Sinner Sinclair is participating in the battle. This unit and Sinclair both gain 2 offensive level up and 2 defensive level up. Does not count if he is a backup unit. Ooh. They're besties. Oh right, it's almost a day. So, are you gonna teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days. Forgot his voice. It's only been a few days since your training began. Yet, my other martial arts master would teach me their secret techniques. Well, that's what got you two pounding all lesson. Phew! That's some real good wine. Well, very well. I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. That's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. A slight friction of the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, and your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo that you leave upon this world. The night drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons. Forget the weapons in your hands. Forget the structured forms. Break the mold. Become the flow. Let only your will remain. And then seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. Something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also hypnotic and floaty that Joshi Chun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force any direction of your heart. Empty your desire and intentions both. Stab without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both Joshi Chun and Sinclair's necks were marked by a small imprint of the twig that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who's been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Notice I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits that saying Yi-Seng utters from time to time. To lose one's nose is with eyes open. Immerse yourself. Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. You're focusing entirely on the self without swings thus far. So, you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slow and gradually? To empty your mind already. I'd have taught you my everything
My everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So our new hierarch had found herself to the clue of emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Phew. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name?
Well then, in that case, that's some good wine indeed. Guess I'll go with something like plastered sleep, unrestrained ripples.
That name sucks. Class comes to the end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zulu, who'd been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I've seen someone give lessons like this, starting from its very fundamentals.
Hardly can find one pupil willing to slowly learn from their fundamentals in a world with infinite technological advancement, like the Veil. I am only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are willing indeed.
Your gate. Your town. Are you among the 10 Blades of the East?
Now. It seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't recall putting on any of your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. Passes like smoke. I long emptied any history worth delving into.
At least part of the pinky. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right?
And that is precisely why I have installed this box called Message from the Hearts by the door here when the lesson first began.
Messages from the Hearts?
The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment.
Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the mask of anonymity. Anonymity.
This box is quite heavy. Seems everyone has been making quite liberal use of this. Let's see. The one on the bottom has to be the very first message. Let's see what it says. I've got to ask. Do those consultations even do anything?
Is this mask of anonymity even do anything?
Well, so what's the point of these messages anyway? Not a whinge at their faces. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so I forgot one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night. So do I do something about that? Yeah? Something about that smoking head over and over again. Point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If I don't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way.
Deal with it? How? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says.
Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to keep wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here speaking into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded up this piece of paper up into a padlock knock shape. But whoever spied on it did a really bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing. My compass disappeared. It's swallowed by the It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmort trenches. We're going to have to reestablish the house rules soon. Death report? You steal one of her compasses or something? Ah, no way. We never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally. Someone finally submitted a real concern here. Was it type... Thank you, fellas. Was it type A wire... Was it the type A wire that caused the explosion? Or was it caused by replacing a clamp part from the shattered gear? Ah, the likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message.
Thanks, Faust.
Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I really should share this with everyone.
This might be worth a series for once.
I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm thinking about the incident that happened aboard Maffy some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're gonna have to bring me up to speed with this on this.
What the hell?
Dude, this is... Okay. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside, so we all ran out to see what happened. No one managed to find any credible clue, so I just guess we let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity on this.
Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to the shock of the time of the incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty.
Guys, I think this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 10 o'clock p.m.
It's around 10 o'clock p.m.
One of the 2 individuals who were on night watch duty was... Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Hey, Dante. Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now I think back on it. I did have a talk with Faust that day. Briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right. But I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge with me against that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but notice a dusting cigarette ash near the alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only 2 among us that smoke. But one of them stayed put in their own room. You know what I mean? There's a witness, too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I have wished to accomplish, I was the duo Captain Scorps and One-Eyed Navigator. And to explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale beginneth verily in year 757.
Oh, I'm not reading that.
And young Ishmael's compass was to be Captain's trinket, and okay, that was all. It was all done. And for that purpose, I briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me! For I regrettably spilled the entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices.
Big stretch. Big stretch.
Sorry, Chad. Anyways, despite my best efforts to restore it, the tunny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Major Esquire. Well, at least we know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. T.C. GWNN and MTL. It's like a code. Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read speaker's tone and general context of her words, so unfortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I just been reminded of a persistent itch that managed to forget. It's like someone shoving a tuning fork in my head. Guys, alright, that's it, cool kid. Read up. I'm going to confront the sod and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him. Instead of whining him to sleep. How is he? Hey, nice, Heath. I mean, look at this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante, fare you well? It is I, the sinner first in the order. 11th note, first sinner. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to restful sleep. It is I, the sinner in the first order. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off at this part of the paper that had been torn off. Worry not about what happens, what exists no longer. I will embark on a multilingual. I can't read that. Ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame. Ow. Anyways, I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. Can't believe the culprit was that sinner. I think he fessed up. Doesn't something feel off about this whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that sinner number one doesn't. That the number one sinner doesn't want to share his story any further. Maybe it's best if we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante? I was just taking a walk near here and found a piece of paper somebody torn off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns the number one sinner's paper. It's got to be the key to resolving this case. I hurried and rushed unhurled. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering? Yeah. Wondering if that crackling fire thing on top of the manager's head is hot like... Oh my god. I've seen a comic like this before! Or if it would not give off any heat. Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Isang. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. You're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed. The ticking noise must have shrunk in volume. It seems that we must have shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat gets. He sang. The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. A minute at most. I shall interface this with the timepiece. Look at you, rats, playing an outplayed prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I'm making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier to own my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit, and I couldn't bring myself to, Can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you about another truth. Tell you another truth. I think I might have an idea as to why I've made a student alongside Mr. Shun. It must have been something that the company was expecting from me. But it's not showing up, so they must be taking me to classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them. Well, I'm still here. Hi, Noah. Hey, bro. Sorry, I didn't see the chat until now. How long ago was that? Lamau. Anyways. Shoot. Okay. Alright. There we go. Well, I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that the ship might have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair was just not talking about physical's training or his combat prowess. That's something that more than half the sinners have faced while facing at this point. His past and the path that lies ahead, guilt and the pressure that of having failed to confront it. It's never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got a perfect idea on how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? You can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just need a quick glance on that face of yours to feel that tick-tock with my heart. Thus the curious case of our alarm clock came to the end. So, what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares in my translator. I see. Wait, can I scroll all the way back? Oh, I can't scroll back. Okay. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. There we go. Finally, 30 days of the lesson were complete, and the end of the exam, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jashi-chun on her way to the final exam.
My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. It's most likely that you will be facing off against a skilled foe like Shui or the Shi family. Where of course you will doubtless wipe the floor with them.
I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp.
You've got this, Shichun.
Guys, you really didn't have to you didn't have to all come out here to see me off.
Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Jigong and I also prepared 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry. So please don't worry yourself too much.
You have faith in me or not?
Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest, Bao Chai.
It must be very nice to be Chichun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life help her out.
Been a while since we last saw Bao Chai, which was during the regular assembly.
What are you doing here, big sis Bao Chai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Shichun and Bao Yu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Bao Yu, it has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to season and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't just stay in emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil here we were. How do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my hands as the days go by fill me with abundance. I am only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're all surrounded by fragrance?
What more do you seek, big sis?
I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you.
Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer?
Shichun's Delinquent isn't headed for the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's headed to Big Sis Yun Chun's exam site.
Blasted scoundrels! I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. Wei sprinted outside before Shui Bao Chai even finished.
Trap, huh?
Shall we also get going?
Calm yourselves for a moment.
Shigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken gauge of the situation.
It's been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though, a beast has been chosen in the latter.
I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Jigong was glancing in.
So, this is what you've chosen. Yes. The exams you've taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you've decided to follow yours.
Bao Chai smiled sweetly.
So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing.
Shui Bao Chai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply.
Yippee! Class complete! We did it!
Alright, time to do combat now. Game. I love it when the game loads. If
view growth. Oh. We haven't gotten anything, bro. Okay. Finals. A terrible jest Jia Yun-chun plays down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I've already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet there are many places which one may covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to... Your heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of being their destination. As the time is not on our side, the HIERARCH and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I will send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hong Yuan, now shut down. Ping'an Residential Support Zone is a policy Jia Yun-chun and former Jia Mu pursued. Policy was indefinitely tabled and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it. But I find it hard that Jia Yun-chun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend off herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Yun-chun would employ such under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Next. Alright. Does anyone have New Honolulu yet? No one has the New Honolulu set up with New Sinclair. Okay, people have New Sinclair apparently, but no New Yisang. I said Honolulu earlier. I'm stupid. I might be. Dude, no one has the new Yisang. There you go. Look at that. Perfect timing. Lamau. Alright, let's do one.
흑수. 새로운 배달 의뢰인가요?
의로움을
이제야
잠깐
명을 받듭니다.
의뢰로군. 혈기분 사우.
어디 가는지는 관심 없어. 안내나 해줘.
There we go.
다음 배송.
Beautiful. We hurried ourselves along the winding passages of Hong Yuan. At first, we thought we might have been able to move faster as Mephistopheles been here with us. But walking through the winding irregular paths reminded me that palanquins were a thing in Hong Yuan. Already. Upon our arrival at the location, Zigong pointed out to us something emerging from the dark. A figure. No, two. 4 small platoon of shadows. Damn, we're surrounded. Oh, this is the She branch. She branch of the HIERARCH. That belong to the family hierarch.
Oi, what now?
What do you mean, what now? You can't sit here and waste our precious time. Come on, let's fight our way out of this ambush.
That usually my thing to suggest.
Fighting's all about morale. Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right. We don't have any time to waste.
임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해.
부르셨어요?
집중 잃지 말라.
혹시 재배치를
그리고
통해
일단 시작하면
부르셨어요?
내가
끝나기
혹시
전까지
재배치를 통해
갈기는 거죠.
주문한 물품이라도
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요. 일기당천.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원해.
효력사. 좋아.
계속하면 되겠네.
Oh, I didn't even read what they do. Might as well.
영입해야 건데.
사무실 직원을 더 늘릴 재정
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Let me read.
분위기 좋은데?
지금이라면 한 단계 높은
Veil
위치에도 성공시킬 수
Striker.
있겠고.
불렀어 죽은? 필요한 일 있으면 언제든지 말해.
Okay, cool.
헤어내리.
헤어내리.
숨통 끊기.
Beautiful.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Beautiful.
타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
Oh, that's huge, actually.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 지금은 좋았어요.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
Get a whole line of gluttony.
적대 세력 감지. 1차 강력 배달.
비켜주시면 안 돼요? 비켜달라고 했잖아요.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
There you go. Boop, boop. Mark. Boop, boop. You're gonna have to leave soon.
부르셨어요? 혹시 재배치를 통해 주문한 물품이라도
헤어내리.
I'll send you away next time.
비켜주시면 안 돼요?
부러져치고
시도는 좋았어요. 타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 이제 깨우치시게.
한 넘고 산 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 내 앞을
무상한
달리시오. 아시라면 능히 그리할 수 있어.
불끈을
나이스.
지워낼 뿐. 시도는 좋았어요.
잠깐만요. 조금만 쉬었다 해요.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
이렇게 쉽게 통과하리라고는 상상도 못했는데. 세가들에게 은자를 풀어야겠어요. 이런 경사스러운 날에는 조금 풀어줘도
미생.
괜찮겠죠.
No. 이생. No. There you are. What a beauty. Looks nice. Uma Musume. You got a broken glasses. Anyways.
다음 배송지는
임무 시작.
패턴을
이상해요.
파악하는 게 중요해. 집중
행색이
잃지 말라고.
이상하나.
그리고
그래도
일단
이상이야.
시작하면
내가 맞서
끝나기 전까지 갈기는
내가
거지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버려.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
분위기 좋은데?
지금이라면 한 단계 높은 의뢰도 성공시킬 수 있겠군.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
막아내지 못해.
Oh my god, bro.
효력사. 좋아.
계속하면 되겠네. 무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지워낼 뿐. 저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
헤어내리.
비켜주시면 안 돼요?
Dude. These rules are garbage. That's better.
틈이 벌어졌네. 지금 쏘면
한 발이면 충분해.
우리 의뢰가 아니잖아.
불가 위야.
불가 위에
막아내지 못하리.
막아내지 못하게.
숨통 끊기.
저런 사람을 영입해야 하는 건데.
Oh my god, bro.
비켜주시면 안 돼요?
적질났나. 모든 것에 견뎠어.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
거리는 충분해. 너한텐 지금 멀겠지만.
승부처다.
비켜주시면 안 돼. 잠깐만요. 조금만
타겟
쉬었다
제거
해요.
확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
헤어내리.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
숨통 끊기.
시그는 좋았어요. 불끈을 지원했군. 타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고. 어떻게?
Dude, why do they have such high rolls, bro?
바로 이제 깨우치시길.
There you go.
거쳐.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Dude, you're such low HP.
끝내지.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
I only saw that just now, bro. Why are you so garbage, bro?
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
Right, we're almost done with this. Yippee.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Because I want to go get myself a bite to eat.
필두 출진.
The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy in the heat of the battle. And the heat of the battle was also evidenced by the corpse of She-Branch Haisho torn wildly about the room. Who's that? That's Wei? A bloodied beast rises ponderously up from the ground, its gaze rising to meet ours. Wait, Wei? Hold on. His eyes. There's definitely something off here. He's not looking at us. Rhodia cuts off abruptly, having noticed something he didn't feel right. Away. Away with you. Away with you. The hooves intermittently kicked the door with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Limbless snakes dare trespass. Your hideous coils. Crush them to mulch under my hoofs. You're Wei, right? He's completely lost it. I will ground your filthy scales to dust. Okay, guess we're fighting Wei. Yay. Oh, we're actually okay.
임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면
내가
끝나기 전까지
Oh boy.
달기는 거지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Encounter start, reset this unit to -15 HP, gain 3 strider blue and 1 berserk. Okay. I got it.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤.
I picked the best odds. It's fine. No. Ooh, close. Ryoshi, what are you doing? That's better.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
분위기 좋은데? 지금이라면 한 단계 높은 의뢰도 성공시킬 수 있겠군.
Oh boy.
Okay. Oh, right. I already used that today.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Dude.
Oh my god, bro. What is this sanity game, bro?
이건 어떻게 해볼 수 있는 상황은 아닌 것 같고.
힘의 차이가 너무 심한데? 조졌네.
What is this sanity game, bro?
무상한 목숨.
There you go. Beautiful, Ishmael.
그대로 지원해.
효력사. 좋은.
계속하면 되겠네.
문득 궁금한 건데 내가 만약에 저렇게 강한 걸 맞고 너덜너덜해지면 어쩔 거야?
두고 가야지. 될 수 없다.
예상한 대로긴 한데.
불가 위야. 막아내는 다리.
숨통 끊기.
Good. Good, good. Dude. That's very good. That's not good.
모든 것에
Listen,
견뎠어.
please.
문득 궁금한 건데 내가 만약에 저렇게 강한 걸 맞고 너덜너덜해지면 어쩔 거야?
두고 가야지. 될 수 없다.
예상한 대로긴 한데.
Nice.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Heal everyone. Yikes. Not good. Not good. Not good. Ooh. Sinclair's the only one bringing it home, bro. Oh my god, man. Oh. Let's restart that. That sucks. Let's put more meta units now. First of all, we're keeping these three. You.
아니에요. 제 준비가 부족했던 탓이겠죠.
You.
복지팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
You don't have love skill, right? You do not have love skill. Hi, Mitty. How are you? Sure. That. Actually, I'll take you instead.
그러든가.
You.
주인놈 뜻에 따라.
And then.
준비 완료.
지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
You and you.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
You.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
You and you.
원하신다면
There you go.
부디
I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad. Alright, let's skip this since I already read it. Time to actually lock in now.
나라면 인원들을 좀 더 후방에 배치하겠어.
행색이 이상하니 뭔 전략 분석을 하고 있어. 응원하라고
내가
쓰여 있는데.
내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
Yippee.
호의 이상이요.
적대 세력 감지. 필드리차 강력 배달 모드 기동.
Lock in with this. How? Okay.
무상한 목숨.
At least you hit heads. That's what matters.
불끈한 지원해.
효력사.
계속하면 되겠네.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. I just need whistles for this fight, bro.
하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐.
Nice. Oh my god, bro.
분위기 좋은데?
지금이라면 한 단계
We're
높은
doing
의뢰도 성공시킬 수 있게.
honestly better than I thought we were going to do.
적대 세력 감지. 필드리차 강력 배달 모드 기동.
Oh my god. That's better. Blink.
따뜻한.
배달 보증이 후퇴.
Hit that. Hit that. Hit it, I said.
Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Oh my god, bro.
무슨 술술해.
Oh, and you hit it, huh? Of course you hit it. Oh my god, bro. The terrible rolling skill 3 wins against the good rolling skill 4.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
Just dominate, okay. Okay.
전투응대에 나선.
Oh my god, bro. Of course that wins. That's good. At least that won the clash. And using staggered. Okay.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
That. Oh boy. He's too fast. Should be good enough. Hopefully.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
It's all unopposed. Just retreat for now. Just mill.
해줬어.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
There you go. Dude, we're doing barely any damage to him.
따뜻한.
나라면 인원들을 좀 더 후방에 배치.
Oh, that's right. Cool.
아니 뭔 전략 분석을 하고 있어.
Yeah, full stop.
응원하라고 쓰여 있는데.
here. we've actually never been so back.
그 삶의
마침표를
나라면 인원들을 좀 더 후방에 배치하겠어.
아니 뭔 전략 분석을 하고 있어? 응원하라고 쓰여 있는데?
How did you already get? Okay. Whatever, bro.
일기당천.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Bro. What?
대만찬에 집중.
이건 어떻게 해볼 수 있는 상황인
What?
것 같군.
아 힘의
That's
차이가
evil.
너무
That's so
심한데?
cheap, bro.
조졌네. 잠깐만요. 그때 생각 안 나? 탄창에 딱 한 발 남았었고.
남은 머리수는 셋일 때였나. 타마키가 한 번에 끝냈다.
지금도 비슷하게 끝낼 수 있을 것 같네.
Oh, I thought one was dead.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Yeah, I figured. God damn! Me when dominating lies to me, bro. What?
전력이 줄었군.
뭐 준비 안 된 새끼부터 가는 거지. 도시에선.
Pursuance, bro. What the hell?
그쪽도 죄인인가?
What was that?
꿰뚫려라.
That was disgusting, bro. Thank you for thinking that.
나라면 인원들을 좀 더 후방에 배치하겠어.
아니 뭔 전략 분석을 하고 있어? 응원하라고 쓰여 있는데?
I have to ego clash this. Actually, no, I can normal clash that.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
That's wild, bro.
이 스며들 듯한 비. 우선
You just wiped out like my whole entire team, bro. Here goes Honglu. Oh, Honglu. Okay.
뭐 준비한 데 새끼부터 가는 거지. 도시에선
즉시 배달을 수행하십시오.
정당한 공무 집행이다.
한 점만 노린다.
완전만 노린다. 완전만 노린다. Oh, we're so close there.
최대 전 집행한다.
Maybe I shouldn't have done that, because then it'll take like 2 turns for him to like get his damage in, and I'll be dead by the time it bursts.
감내해야 할 고통.
아류 탄초 경혈 육시 찢겨라.
넘고 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 겹겹의 중
궁금한 건데 내가
뚫어보이겠어.
만약에 저렇게 강한 걸 맞고 너덜너덜해지면 어쩔 거야?
두고 가야지. 별 수 없다.
예상한 대로긴 한데.
I should have equipped the crush bound pass. Oh well.
일기당천.
That. Oh, you.
엎드리도록.
Oh 엎드리더라. Oh, what happened to your head? Ooh. There you go.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면 끝나기 전까지 갈기는 거지.
Healing. I need all the healing I can get, bro. Computer? There you go. Jeez. Let's get rid of that.
받아볼 텐가.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 먹어. 그래, 그렇게 후물을 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
There you go. That's one. One.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠. 내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 너는 반드시 부서진다.
그때 생각 안 나? 한창에 딱 한 발 남았었고.
남은 머리수는 셋일 때였나. 타마키가 한 번에 끝냈다.
지금도 비슷하게 끝날 수 있을 것 같네.
Wait, no, you inflict paralyze if you hit heads. Just do you for now. Why? Why is everyone so slow, bro? I'll lantern again.
졌어.
따뜻한 엎드리도록.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오? 나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, I forgot about his passive. Let's go. Best tanking in the game. Boink, boink, boink.
그때 생각 안 나? 한창에 딱 한 발 남았었고.
남은 머리수는 셋일 때였나.
How much are you at?
지금도 비슷하게 끝날 수
30? Oh, you're so gone, bro.
제작지를 통해 주문한 물품이라도.
Yeah, no, you're gone. Just do your damage.
받아볼 텐가.
Don't scare me like that, Heathcliff. There's Gregor.
엎드리도록.
Yeah, it's so over for him. You explode that this turn. Unless you bring it back. Nope. Wait, hold on. Hit it, Sinclair. Hit it, Sinclair. Boink, boink. Yeah, Sinclair. Oh, Sinclair did it. He brought it home.
Hey, are you alright?
My lady. She's in there. Please, you must.
Listen, buddy. Not looking too good. The nasty wound Lei Hang's gave you is starting to bleed again.
Jiaxi Chun's Heisha will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. Shi Chun's gonna be just okay.
Stop rhyming, bro.
Oh, that fight was annoying. Anyways, totally. Did you forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me, then she could have achieved such heights. She could have risen much higher than she now stands. Wei's eyes shook restlessly, lost in the streams of past. Don't you know this already, Mr. Wei? Shi Chun became the hierarch to transform Hong Yuan into a nest that served its lowest. Of course she'll lock in. Oh, I didn't get the EX reward. That's gonna be fun to deal with later. 15 turns. Oh boy, that's you again. Okay, whatever, bro. Sorry. It was you? Your big sister Young Chun's final exam? If you're gonna kill me anyway, why didn't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all that time teaching me, pretending to be my master?
I would hardly deem the hours spent in joy as wastes, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm not even surprised. Dagunyun's full of backstabbers anyway.
Don't ever trust someone who approaches you first. It's a saying that saved a lot of lives in Hongyu and in the city.
Normally those type of people don't wait until my guard is down to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to kill me during the classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge while I was swinging those sticks.
The one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolf's bane powder.
So you were hired to poison me. Why didn't you?
Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life if I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine at the local Keijan? Which I did. They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family, eh?
What? My life
has thus far been one of rivers and footpaths, driving hither and thither, as the currents took me. A meaningless life of having gained nor left nothing behind nothing. And wouldn't you know it, this kid who just became the next hierarch, for the first time in history of family hierarchs I'd seen, refused the true master of Hongyuan. Those with vision for the future of Hongyuan would grip the land as though they would belong to them. And Hongyuan, trapped in the grasp of the series of intrepid individuals, grew dark and suffocated. The other pupil, who initially seemed to have been included in these lessons as nothing more than an extra, may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while of frolicking with the bumbling hierarch and the particularly nasty pupil, It seems that I shared all that I know with the both of you.
Hey, despite the present circumstance, my lessons have been without a speck of falsehood. Come then. Never once have I taught a pupil who would fail at such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. It's just her and...
중요한 건 내가 어떤
Oh, it's just her and him.
사람인지 알게 하는
Okay. Oh, that's three
꽃처럼
coins.
화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 좋아. 구조는 파악했어.
Beautiful.
전부 보인다고. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Hit it. Hit it. Yeah. Beautiful.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Whoa! Reuse? Hold on. You had reuse coins? On crit? Oh, that's beautiful with your poise count. Oh boy. You survived that.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Can
없이 마음껏 마셔.
I need 1,000. Never mind.
우리가 이룰 수
Continue.
있는 유일한 꿈.
Okay. I really don't want to stream this on another day, bro. It ain't even worth it. Let me put Crush Bound Past on you. There you go. And Capote.
라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다. 임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면 끝나기 전까지 갈기는 거지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
화력, 추진,
각자의 위치가 있으니
Beautiful.
장판을 연기해야 하는 건데.
엎드리도록.
모든
들이더라.
것을 견뎠어.
분위기 좋은데?
지금이라면 한 단계 높은 의뢰도 성공시킬 수 있겠군.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 꿰뚫려라.
꿰뚫고. Sorry.
모든 것을 견뎠어.
셈이 벌어졌네. 지금 쏘면?
한 발이면 충분해.
우리 의뢰가 아니잖아.
가족을 위해. 무상은 목숨.
Oh, come on.
불끝에 지원해.
효력사. 이건 어떻게 해볼 수 있는 상태가 아닌 것 같아. 물 넘고
힘의 차이가 너무 심한데? 조졌네.
무슨 술술해. 즉시 손을 뿌러 가도록.
Bonk.
문득 궁금한 건데 내가 만약에 저렇게 강한 걸 맞고 너덜너덜해지면 어쩔 거야?
두고 가야지. 별 수 없다.
예상한 대로긴 한데.
정화. 그저 하염없이 모든 피를 머금고 그렇게 후물이 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Beautiful. I swear to God, if you lost that clash, bro.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
여기 확대해봐.
상태가
There you go. I think it's safe to win right now.
지금 공격에 들어가는 게 유효하겠어.
깨어라.
화력, 추진. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
추적하네.
타겟 제거 확인.
일기당천.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠지.
말고
피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Ishmael's dead. Or not? Okay.
민감을 준비하고. 저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
각자의 위치가 있으니
Nice.
타겟 제거 확인.
전투대
긍정적인
나서
신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Beautiful.
완벽한 승리를 보고드릴 수 있어 영광이네요. 분명 관리자님을
Oh
비롯해
my God, bro. Achievements. Oh. Anyways, let's claim the new Sinclair.
주군께서
Yay!
마침내 동문의 드글거리는 해충을 꿰찌르고 후벼팔 시간이 찾아온 거죠.
He looks so cool. Free Sinclair! Free Sinclair! So give me all those boxes. All these two. And one ink box. Let me... Bonk bonk. Is that enough? Nope. How about now? Almost there. Almost. There we go. Finally, guys. Guys, we pulled Lord of Hong Yuan. Oh my god, guys, look at that. 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 Ooh. Bro, he took up all. He took up all of my lunacy.
he's gonna be eating up all my thread as well.
각 필두는 들어라.
Too bad. I did it anyway. It's my account. No.
불쾌함을 참을 수.
I've been wanting him really bad. I'll read his story on his own. It hurts you? Yeah. Smile? Yeah. It hurts you, but it's good to watch. I say, evilly rubbing my hands together. There you go. Cultivate. Okay. Let me continue with this one then. Let me finish this.
명령하실 때까지
Right.
자리에서 대기하겠습니다.
I would do that with Sinclair too, but meh, not really feeling like it. Where is it? There it is. This is a different one. Sure, I'll go with it. 1, 2.
책임은
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
명령하 시위를 받는
보는 눈은 있네요. 바로 가지. 이 순간에도 시간이 새고 있다.
원하신
주인 보는 준비.
Should be good enough. Okay, so it's still Shichun versus him.
좋아, 구조는 밝겠어. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Ooh, 20 evade? That's beautiful.
전부 보인다고. 더 이상 두렵지 않아. 지도자라면
Oh, you didn't use that one. Okay. Hit it. Lock in. Doink, 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 doink. Doink, 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 doink. I love her voice. I love her voice line so much. So cute. Dude, she did the fight on her own. Shichun! Now that's impressively sneaky. So they're not beasts of Hongyuan for nothing, eh? Just had to get between me and my pupil's spar. Master, wait. You've been working for Jaehyun Chun this whole time? Haven't you known me long enough to tell you? Haven't you known me long enough to tell? Brief as our acquaintance has been, my service is no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into the battle when things are just about to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yeah, and a master stabbing his pupil in her back isn't. Just as Sinclair and the Night Drifter were locked in an argument, the Heisho beasts who followed us into the room swung their purple arms at Jia Shichun without hesitation. The slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into a considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friends?
were stopped inches from Jashinchen's neck by the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. Now that's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes. Haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even give you an excuse you could give to your lord. Say that you had to withdraw, as the Night Drifter and the Drunken Palm got in your way. We serve the same client. Might as well let me take all the blame for your air failure, But the Heisho wordlessly stood their ground. Fine. I didn't think you'll listen to someone who doesn't even hold your leash. Phew. Too bad, too bad. Well, I suppose they should at least make a fairer fight with all her teachers being here and all. You... I don't ever recall teaching you how to make that face in front of an enemy. Fine. It's not like stopping one attack makes you her ally. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open my humble Wugwang here in Hongyuan, and once this contract is over.
분위기 좋은데?
나 자신을
지금이라면
들여다봐야 해.
한 단계 높은 의뢰도 성공시킬 수
Where
있겠고.
is he? Oh, we're actually... Why is he fighting us? Okay. Who are you targeting? Okay. Well... I'll offset that evade.
따르겠습니다.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You love to see it.
하려 추진.
효력사. 좋아.
계속하면 되겠네.
Dude. Okay, there you go.
꿰뚫려라.
Don't. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Yeah. That's what I like to see, hammer assault.
이런 일에 흔들리면 안 돼.
Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Thank you.
타겟 제거 확인.
긍정적인 신호다. 마음은 놓지 말고.
Okay, that's just gonna have to copium.
정화.
Nice. Beautiful. Oh, that's icky. Didn't like that.
모든 것을 견뎠어.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더 버틸 수 있을 테지.
Chichu, you're clashing that. Never pride skill? When did you? Oh, I see.
받아볼 텐가.
무형. 마지막은 무념.
Hit it.
한 점만 노린다.
한 점만 노린다. Beautiful. Hit your tangle cleaver.
전격발.
전국발.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Nice.
깨어라. 같이 배웠던 걸 써먹을 때야.
지금 쏘면?
한 발이면 충분해.
우리 의뢰가 아니잖아.
가족을 위해.
He was certainly a powerful foe, despite the casual way with which he carried himself. We'd already experienced a hint of his strength then, and when he invaded our room during the family hierarch war, he swiftly took out his target before leaving. There are slithering noises coming from above. More so. Can't fight him and the she branch off at the same time. If we were to try to create a distance between us where the she branch were waiting to strike us, and the night drifter will definitely try and exploit that opening. Considering that we had to keep Shichun safe, I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out here. Is it really hard to recall your training outside our lessons? Remember that your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you don't stop constantly eyeing the door at like a novice. See, the snakes have already mobilized to close off that exit. You're stalling until the Heisho packs of the family hierarch arrive. Your strategies and thoughts are as plain as day. I see. That's why. These snakes are so impatient to complete the deed and slink back into their holes. Night Drifter produced another tree branch from his clothes and cast it toward the doorway where the Heisho were gathered. And with a thwack, the heavy rooftop atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was as though he hid invisible weakness from the brickwork. I thought I'd give you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why? The bumbling hierarch's promise is to bring real change to Hong Yuan and has given a rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep not long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend from an infamous syndicate earned himself a hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet, what use is all that if he could not prevent his little girl from passing on her before her old man on a resurrecting day? Talking about Ryoshu? Maybe. The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away in return. Leaving behind my rooms, my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. When I abandoned both my honor and my name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living, nothing more. And I believed that the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hong Yuan as well, just as it had for this useless drunk, devouring its surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, doubt reared its end for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. You see it? The sun rises even in Hong Yuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound. Keep the venom within, and do not let it leave your tongue. Emptiness of form. One who aims to bring change to these lands must do so without the knowledge of curmudgeons too logged in wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind. In Hong Yuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight. Don't let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the Heisho stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. The rule of fear is a detestable thing, indeed. Yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, Master. Then do what you must. It won't be very becoming of the hierarch of Hong Yuan to live a fell assassin who dared to make an attempt at her life. Very good. Emptiness makes such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The Night Drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. Hit it, Joshi-chun!
꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Hit your Pride Skill 3. I said you didn't hit your Pride Skill 3. Oh, the venom got to him. night drifter stumbled. The night drifter stumbled. He smelled like of pungent bitter wine. When the unsieved dregs of old, cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind. The clear, crisp waters shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's apricity. We did it.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 줘서
We're not
철수하자고.
done yet. I just want to be done. The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of an anonymous, unaffiliated assassin only known as the Night Drifter. He was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan. His body was buried among many unnamed graves of Hong Yuan. I hear that there were a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam. I must say it is fortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Daganyan. I can only be glad that he met the deserved fate. Anyone who was at the site could attest to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Heisho, she branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the snakes to the particular location at the specific time, Big Sister Yunchun? Is that so? Yet they testify that their presence was only to eliminate the drifter of the night who dared sneak into Daganyan. Earlier than your own Heisho pack even. Yeah, not only did you get me into master, in your impatience to see my growth, asked that very same master to harm me. You've certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boorish executioner of Hong Yuan who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently out of his own volition. Chichun, I believe this only reinforces my argument that people of Daganyan are only people here who believe that you are terribly out of your depth for the task. But Yun-chan, I have learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured I won't forget those lessons. I understand that many of you are very unhappy or frustrated with me. But you know what's an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family hierarchy war. Sure, Big Sister Yun-chun might know more about the details of Hong Yuan's administration for now, but she might fill your pockets for now. But in the long run, you know she does not have Hong Yuan's best interests at heart. Inadequate I may be, but I am still the chief executive director here at H Corp, and you, dear big sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider from Q Corp. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hong Yuan needs, and I will give my best efforts to bring my vision for its land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear. A place where one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hong Yuan for H Corp. I never would have known. I'm not giving voices anymore. My voice is giving out, actually. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch had such vast ambitions. She's really saying it. The 4 great houses and I, we ruled and knew this land like the back of our hands before you even were a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Daganyan's growth never seemed to stop. While more and more people outside it seemed to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when heavens are shrouded. So if you don't cooperate with us, we will. No, I'm not the only one who needs to cooperate. I'm the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I've clearly explained my will. Forget all about your under-the-table deals, and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Shinchun. In case you didn't know, winning those exams had nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, it seems the vote is merely formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch. Not that you'd understand. Harumph tisk. It's true. With how she's changing the conditions of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed the stark contrast with the hierarch, who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability and administrative purposes. Thus the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty and she knows when to be serious. I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it. And she remembered my name. With her eloquence, strategic prowess, and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified for position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those of lower station than her. If she's got the handle of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, then I believe that she has the capability to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has grown remarkable change and improvement over the short period of time. I say she is somewhat of a rare talent we mustn't lose so easily. Shi Xijing, Shi Huazheng, and Wang Zhao and Wang Qishang omitted. She's been the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world I lost and gained and lost and gained my neck. Gain and lost and gained my neck. Just thinking about the amusement she'll bring us, the family hierarch, and even Shui Pan, who've shared his sentiments via a letter, voted against the motion of no confidence. Like I said, mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which family hierarch is unable to perform their duties or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both sound of body and mind, and I can handle all duties appertaining to the seat of the family hierarch, which means that your services are no longer needed here. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend your whole month lounging around. Very well. Savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home, big sister. And please do watch your health. You've always been sickly. You've always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way down once you've reached peak. It was a perfect opportunity to take control of Hong Yuan. But our time shall come. Hong Yuan without the Xianghuan worm will fall behind and get crushed under our wheels of progress. Then, nothing. Bao Yu said he smells no fragrance from you anymore. Don't let that linger on your heart, little Bao Chai. Crawling in the muck alongside those lowly plebeians must have dulled his senses. Not even useful to you anymore. Bao Yu won't come back. I won't make him come back. I understand that now. At least not come with me to Q Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word? That I can make him return. The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has stirred in H Corp, it will hardly have wherewithal to fix their eyes upon the goings of Q Corp. Is Q Corp going to be in Canto 9? Hopefully. When the time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H Corp to Bao Yu. I trust that he will never sit idly by when danger threatens Jiaxi Jun. But I have nothing. Poor little Bao Chai. Even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what you may be to me. Worry not. I'm your only remaining light after all, aren't I? You are. Oh, she's so pretty! Oh my god. I love that. That's so pretty. With Shichun watching us with an oddly bashful look, we prepared our departure from Daganyan. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seemed that we were to be assigned to various odd jobs around this area for a while. Not to mention the news of distortions occurring in H Corp. We're gonna just deal with the distortion next Intervallo. Oh boy. We're finally leaving this place for real, huh? Shichun, we'll be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here, please. Don't even think about looking back. Shichun exaggeratedly waves her hands to make us leave. Hey, if we ever get the chance. Yeah, fat chance. I'm sure we both had more than our fill of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyway. Hey, then if you ever need our help, our line's always open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. Who needs whose help now? You truly wear authority well now. Speaking of which, you still have to stay here in Hung Yuan, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you just stay here for a little bit, instead of going out there and getting going out there again and risk getting scammed again? Yihuangyan's open, you know. Oh my. For all that get out, go away, and don't even think of coming back seems to me like you're pretty sad to see us go, aren't you? Who said that? Just extending my generosity and giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember your last attempt at finding a lodging here? The whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave Daganyan whenever you want, so use it if you want. After pelting us with that rapid fire answer without giving us a second to reply, she whipped around and left to join Wei. Oh, verily, to be an educator of another task was most daunting. At the last even teach a proper class? Don't tell me her class consisted of her showing off those figurine collections and forcing the students to sit out through another of those obscure law summaries. Well, Heath, I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair walk all over you. I'm sure Rhodia didn't totally get shown up in her own area of expertise. That's a oi, smoky glass. The perchant abbreviation. How'd your classes go? Did you manage to teach them anything, or did you just abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? Man, speaking of which, I don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. NSIFOK. Yeah, no smoking in front of kids. Remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. Speaking of which, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Ryoshu. Never thought you'd know how to do things like that. People learn when there's a need. Ever since classes began, Ryoshu started looking far off into the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes she'd hum a melody we haven't heard before. Oh, okay. Her motherly instincts are kicking in, chat. Her motherly instincts are kicking in. Bummer. We didn't get to sit on each other's classes. It would have been nice to see the different sides of everyone. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back, huh? I really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since Shichun's given us the option, let's head back to Yihongyang. Seeing them off with a surprising stoicism, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing their departure date on the calendar over and over, with a look that could be mournful? Gosh, it's because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. Well, now that the that their company has departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Dugganyan for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial that may come your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they've taught me in my heart for a long, long time. Yay! Is there one more? I assume there's one more. Yep. Oh, that's it. Wow. Alright, well, I'll do this. I'll do this one goddamn level in my own time. Otherwise, that level sucked so hard, bro. Freaking hate that. Where is? There it is. But yeah. Otherwise, thank you, chat. Yeah, alright. Thank you, chat, for coming to the stream. It was a lot of fun. And I'm glad I got to do this with y'all. And by do this with y'all, I mean, I'm glad I got to stream today. Yeah, I think that's where I leave it for now. 5 almost 6 hours, bro. Dude, at this point it should just be a freaking job, bro. Anyways, I'll leave y'all here for now. I'll probably stream again next time. What is it? The next Intervallo drops, or if I find something fun to play on stream, which hasn't really been much that I've found interesting. But yeah, I'll leave you all for now. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.